He asked me, aren't Robert's rules the same? Yes, as long as you don't amend those provisions. So like making sure you're able to follow all of those. And so the city council adopts their own rules of decorum, and at the very end of their sentence says, if there's not an item on here that abides by the Robert's rules of order will be what they fall to. So yeah. So just kind of just some clarification.
So do we need to?
So at some point you can continue, because it's the way y'all been practicing, 3 minutes for people to come up and speak. But the question came up because y'all showed the rules of decorum. Those aren't y'all's rules of decorum. Those are the council's rules of decorum.
Yeah, I think we just understood that had been adopted at some point.
I think y'all, I just can't find where.
Yeah.
So I don't know if at some point y'all just elected to kind of do that and follow their rules with the 3 minutes to speak and, follow the council's rules. But I looked and I can't find at what point y'all did. So it may be good for y'all to revisit either adopting the council's rules of decorum or coming up with your own.
Okay, so at some point in the meeting, do you want us to direct you guys to have it on the next agenda?
Do it at the very end, or you as chair can direct Mindy to add it as a future agenda item.
Sounds good. All righty, so let's see. It is 6:31, and I'll call to order this Planning and Zoning meeting of Leon Valley, June 25th, 2024. Pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so looks like we have a quorum, and at this point, let's see, and we have two alternates sitting up here, so I guess we should move into this first item, dealing with discussion and action. Well, let's see.
Your first item is to approve the minutes.
It's the minutes that is first.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at the wrong sheet here. All right. So has everyone had a chance to look at the minutes? Any issues? All right, I'll entertain a motion for approval of the minutes.
I move that we accept the minutes as they have been presented. I found no errors.
I second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, passes. Okay. Yeah, we might want to silence that. All right, so our first item of business, discussion and recommendation to fill a vacant seat for Commissioner 7 in accordance with Chapter 15 zoning, Article 1502, Division 13, Organization and Enforcement of the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances. Mrs. Teague?
Yes, so what you are going to do is discuss, and then if Ms. Koger would like to move in that position, you can discuss it. She can accept it. We will put it in the minutes, and then it will go to council.
Okay, so at this point, we have one permanent opening. Is that right, or is it two? I don't know why I'm thinking it's two.
You have two alternates right now.
No, I understand that, but how many permanent openings do we have? Okay, just one. Okay, Mrs. Koger, I'm offering you this opening as the first alternate. I think that's pretty much how we've done things in the past. So, if you'd accept it, we'd appreciate it.
I'll accept.
All right, thank you. Thank you. And so I guess I put that in writing in some way and get that to you?
Yes,
or?
if you would put that in writing and send it in an email, I will send it to the city secretary.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. All right, item 2, presentation and public hearing of possible action to approve a replat of lots 8 and 9, Block A, CB 4446A, Linkwood Addition subdivision, being a .34 acre tract of land located at 7125 and 7129 Bandera Road. Mrs. T.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. So the owner is proposing to construct a 4-unit, multi-tenant office building. One of the units will be used for an insurance company. It is located at 7125, 7129 Bandera. The owner is not requesting any variances at this time. Our city engineer has reviewed the plat and meets all the city requirements. This is the 2 properties right here. This is 8 and 9. There is the aerial view right here. You can see that there are no trees on the property as well. So the owner has paid all the fees associated with this replat. So in order to submit building plans and start construction, the plat has to go through. So 18 letters were sent. We did get one that was undeliverable before we made this PowerPoint. I'm sorry, after. The city staff and the city engineer has recommended approval of this. Our building reviewer and our fire department has looked at it as well, and they have no problems with it. So we do have the owner here, the applicant, and then we do have the public hearing, if you have any questions.
Okay. All right. Would he like to come up and address the committee?
Hello, how are you all? Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Just deleting a lot line. My name is Jaime Castaneda. I own Castaneda Insurance Services. We've been in business 23 years. I own multiple businesses, which I will probably house out of the same office. I'm not sure. But the main one is the insurance agency.
Okay.
We just need to delete a lot line in the middle. I don't think it was a whole replat.
Correct.
I think it was just
Okay.
removing a line.
Kind of a
So we
formality.
could build across the lots.
Okay. All right. Very good, very good. I guess we need to open this up to public hearing as well. Okay. All right, it is 6:37, and any comments from the public regarding this agenda item? All right, 6:38, and we'll close this public hearing. And any questions? Yeah.
I just have a quick question about, and I think it's for Ms. T, though. Thank you for talking to us. I wondered about the year of the map. Is it a recent map, or is it one that was kind of archived and
This-
used?
This one here, the aerial? Yes, yes, ma'am, that was recent.
Okay, so, all right, just want to ensure that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. And questions, comments? All right. I'll entertain a motion on this.
I move that we accept this proposal, yeah, as it is presented. I have no objections whatsoever.
Second?
I second the motion.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Let's see. So we are on number 3, presentation, public hearing, and discussion to consider a recommendation on a request for an SUP special use permit on approximately, what, this is the same? No, it is the same
This
thing.
is the same property.
Okay, yeah, okay. Let's see. Located at 7125 and 7129 Bandera Road, lots 8 and 9, Linkwood Addition subdivision for the construction of an office building. Mrs. T?
Okay, so this is for the same property. This is for a specific use permit. Like I said before, it's a multi-tenant office building. One of the units may be used as an insurance company office. per our engineer who reviewed this, has approved setbacks, drainage, landscaping, trash, parking requirements as our code requirements. The property was rezoned from R1 to B2 in 1978. He did have an SUP that was approved a couple years ago. However, the permit did expire, so that's why he's applying again. But it was approved back in 2020. Yes. And like I said, he does have to replat prior to building. So this is your site plan here. These black circles here are your trees in the medians. Right here is your dumpster. These are your parking spaces. He has them there. And here he meets all the setbacks, parking, lighting, landscaping, dumpster, all of it.
All right, very good.
These are your elevations. This is the east and the west, the north and the south. And again, here's your aerial photo of the vacant property. The master plan for the Linkwood addition, the property consolidation of blocks A and B is encouraged for development for B2 retail properties. All non-residential zoning in this area shall orient and be accessible from Bandera Road. It is recommended that the lots fronting Bandera Road on blocks A and B should remain B2 retail. It is also recommended that the Zoning Board of Adjustment consider allowing variances to the requirement for the rear yard setbacks on any lot or lots fronting Bandera Road if warranted. For your fiscal impact, the owner has paid all the fees, like I said before, and the construction of this office building will increase ad valorem taxes. The owner is here, again, if you have any questions. And like I said, a couple years ago, this was approved, but it expired.
All right, it is 6:42. I'll open up the public hearing. All right, 6:42. I'll close the public hearing. Questions or comments on the side?
I have a question, please. You mentioned that there was a use permit
Specific use permit?
that expired in 2020. Is it for the same owner?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a question. Okay, thanks.
It's for the same owner, the same property, and the same plan that he submitted back then.
Anything further? I'll entertain a motion on this.
I move that we accept this request as it is presented.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion passes as presented. Thank you. Let's see, so we are... All right, number 4, presentation, discussion, public hearing to consider recommending approval of a request to rezone approximately 32 acres of land from R1 single family to RE1 residential estate zoning districts to a planned development district with R6 district-based zoning on a 19.6 acre tract, being lots 1 and 2, Block 1, CV 4430, Grass Hill Estates subdivision, and an unplatted 11.3 acre tract, being parcel 13, abstract 432, located in the 6500 block of Samaritan, and a portion surrounded by Ade, Samaritan, Grass Hill, and William Rancher Streets, being a total approximately 31 acres. Mrs. T.
Okay, all right, thank you. This was presented last month by Ms. Moritz, but it was just to gain preliminary feedback from Mr. Shahadi. So this is what he put together, and we did. So the purpose of this is to request to rezone approximately 32 acres of land from R1 single-family dwelling to RE residential estate zoning districts to a planned development district with R6 garden home based zoning, approximately 30.9 acres. 19.6 vacant is known as the Grass Hill Estates. 11.3 is located along 8th, Samaritan, Grass Hill, and William Rancher. Here is your location map of the property. This property here was previously approved. That is the Samaritan property. So a request to rezone approximately 31 acres, like I said, from R1, RE1 to a PDD. The development would have 144 30-foot wide lots, 46 40 wide, and 15 60 wide lots for a total of 205 single-family homes. And here is your site plan. These are your 60, your 40, and your 30. So a little bit of history on the property. Back in 1971, the area was annexed. 1984, 1985, 2007, there were several requests to rezone the property. In 2007, the residents of Seneca West petitioned to amend the city master plan to remove the recommendation of R6 to only R1. The petition was approved. 2010, there was another request to rezone the property. In 2011, the city manager presented a tip, then the proposal was denied. So Mr. Shahadi has a couple of variances that he's requesting on the minimum area of each lot from 4,500 to 3,000. The minimum depth will stay the same. The front floor space, from 1,800 to 1,350. The frontage from 45 to 30. The height would stay the same. For the rear yard, 15 to 10. The side yard, 5 to 0. And the distance between the outside walls, 10 to 5. And the side yard, if it's a corner lot, 20 to 5. But we should note that on C3, it should have referred to C4 zero lot line homes. If the zero lot line, then the space becomes a zero lot line, and the wall of the home of the adjacent lot will be less than 5 feet. So this just goes over the variances as well. And so for the streets, the right-of-way is going from the current standard from 50 to 48. And then for the minimum pavement width, it stays the same. So for the variances for trees, the lots will be required to have a certain percentage of overall landscaping. The applicant intends to clear the properties and then mitigate by planting 2 1.5 diameter trees per lot, which comes to 410 trees. He also wants to pay fees in lieu of planting trees, constructing bike lanes, a hiking trail, and dedicating some parkland. And this is the tree variances. It comes to a total of 368 healthy and 20 that are exempt. And this is the total master plan with the Samaritan property included right here.
Sir, you need to come up to the lectern to speak when we open up the public portion.
So with the traffic impact analysis, the development of this previously approved PDD for the 27 acres for the Samaritan, the total for both developments would be 371 new residential homes, and numerous studies have been calculated for this area, all of which indicate that Seneca and Grass Hill are more than capable of accommodating the traffic from this area. And so we went over the streets a while ago. The estimated cost for reconstruction of these streets is $3.9 million. The applicant's share of the cost for the reconstruction are estimated to be $1.3. So in the master plan, the Seneca West area remains largely unplatted and undeveloped. Some platting occurred in 1972. In the future, land use for the area consists of single-family low-density housing and garden home uses. The undeveloped tracts should be zoned R1 single family. The master plan goes on to say that consolidation of the properties west of Seneca East, the subdivision is recommended to coordinate the development of the property and the utilities. Existing zoning south of Grass Hill should remain R6 Garden House. 33 letters were mailed. 2 were in favor. I'm sorry, that should not be 2 in favor. 2 in opposition, 0 in favor. That is a mistake. And 3 undeliverable. So the owner has paid all fees associated with this application, and the development of this area will generate both ad valorem and sales tax revenues. And staff is recommending approval of this PDD. And we have Mr. Shahadi here that also has a presentation he'd like to present.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he had a chance to give his presentation at the last meeting, so.
He's here for any questions.
Okay, if we have any questions, yeah. Okay, I'll open up the public portion of the meeting at 6:50 p.m.
My name is Grant Riley. My wife and I have been residents of Leon Valley for the past 38, going on 39 years. We live on Britannia Court, so we're in the area. I would like to say I was an architect from 1983 up until about 2015, so I really understand a number of the issues that are being discussed here. I apologize for the interruption previously.
You're fine.
I had gone to the site, thought I was downloading all the pertinent information, and thought I downloaded everything, and what I saw up there was new to me. So I'm a little bit aghast. I did a quick survey of information that I could find just by doing a quick summary. The existing residences there's approximately 125. I don't know how to do a quick car count. I'm just going to assume some people have less than 2, some people have more than 2. It's a fairly resident, let's see, that area is largely retirement age, like myself. Sure there's some new couples in there, particularly along Grass Hill. So the number of cars that are currently there, I ballparked at 250 for 125 residences. I saw the part on Samaritan, and I said, oh, okay, they're planning on 166 lots or residences in that area. So in my mind, that was a quick total residential count of about 291, brought a potential car usage of potentially 582. I have no idea what the numbers are for the expanded area. I'm going to tell you, it floors me. It absolutely floors me. I've lived and used Seneca for the past 38 years. I've seen everything it's gone through. It's been fairly static because the development never occurred back there. But to see something go from what was originally proposed as 1 acre lots down to 6 per acre scares me, because I'm going to tell you, I think Seneca and Grass Hill already have enough traffic problems. Now, I read and I saw changes in level of service of the 2 streets of Bandera Road would be minimal with the addition of maximum R1 or R6 build out. I don't understand that. I absolutely do not understand that. Yes, I understand that Texas Highway Department says, oh, those streets can handle a volume of 12,000 vehicles per day. Now, that's apples and oranges. That's something completely irrelevant, if you'll allow me to say. That's like saying a 12-inch pipe can handle 12,000 gallons of water. Those are residential streets. You tell the young families living on Grass Hill that all of a sudden they're going to be getting hit with traffic, 12,000 a day, that's 500 an hour. That equates to about 8 a minute. Now, I know there's not anything in there now, but we're talking about a significant significant load on those streets. Now,
Sir, we have a 3-minute limit. If you can wrap it up in the next 10, 15 seconds, I
Okay.
appreciate it. No, we don't operate that way.
okay, I'll wrap up as quickly as I can. First of all, you're going to impact traffic coming down and turning onto Seneca, coming outbound is not going to handle it. People coming out, the only way that Leon Valley can make this work is if they acquire new right-of-way. There's right-of-way
Sir,
possibilities off of Shadow Mist. There is right-of-way possibilities. I don't remember the other street. It's held by KB Homes. On the back way there are ways to tie into other streets. But to feed everybody out or in off of Seneca and Grass Hill, I promise you it won't work. It'll be
appreciate
a
your time,
disaster.
sir. Thank you.
Please seriously reconsider. This is a nightmare waiting to happen.
All right. We have any more?
And please, next time, tell me I've got 3 minutes before I
Yeah,
get started.
sorry about that, but yeah, we have a
What did I got?
warning that goes off, and I guess, yeah, we should make that known to everyone. All right, do we have anyone else?
Hello. My name is Linda Barker, and I live on Grass Hill, and this abomination will affect me tremendously. I do have to say that I feel, now these are my feelings, that this gentleman comes up and he says, well, if you don't zone this R6, I'm not going to buy that land. Can someone tell me the definition of extortion? Anyway, those are my feelings. That's my feelings. And I also feel like this man has not been honest with us. First, he said he presents a plan over at City Hall, over at the community center. And it's going to be this and it's going to be that. Well, it's nothing like that when he brought it up here. Then he's changed it. And the last presentation he says, well, we're going to put a bike lane down one side of the road of houses, and you can park on the other side because there'll be a parking lane. Now, if you buy a $400,000 home, are you going to want to park your car across the street? And if you're across the street and you buy a $400,000 home, do you want somebody else's car parked there? That's what he's showing. So I've been through some of the subdivisions where they've put in these homes, and the curbs are painted red. Nobody can park there. Guess what? People are all parked up and down. There's no police there. This is not sustainable for the neighborhood. It's not sustainable for the city, and the impact on the water and the other resources would be immense. And I know this lady comes through every time and she says, build it, build it, build it. Well, she doesn't live in our area. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Please
Yeah, can we get the sign-up sheet
do not vote
off the lectern?
to rezone this.
It's just, yeah, thank you.
I'll get it to you just 1 second.
All right, do we have any other public? Yeah, if you can take it to one of the chairs where we have staff, just so we don't have it's waste of time.
Good evening, Council. My name is Laurie Clark. I live on Shadow Mist, and my mother lives on Mary Jameson Street, and I'm a retired Department of Defense teacher and an environmentalist. Friends, Texans, neighbors, lend me your ears. I come to protest development, not to challenge you. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is often interred with the conscience. So let it be with this decision. The ambitious businessman hath told you this development is good. If it were, so it was a grievous fault. And grievously hath the council almost approved it. Here, under the leave of the council and the rest, Mr. Shahadi is a businessman. So, are they all businessmen? Come I to speak at Seneca West's funeral. The land was my friend, faithful and just to animals, trees, and neighbors. He hath brought many bulldozers to Leon Valley. Where did the coffers fill? Did this in Leon Valley seem ambitious? When then neighbors, animals, and trees have cried, we have wept. Development should be made of sterner stuff. Yes, Mr. Shahadi says it's good for Leon Valley. Yeah, Mr. Shahadi is a businessman. We thrice presented the council with protests. Where did the council thrice debate? Was this ambition? Yeah, Mr. Shahadi says it's good for Leon Valley, and sure, he is a businessman. I speak not to disprove of what the council spoke, but I am here to speak of what I know. You all did love this land, not without cause. What cause withholding? You then allow this R6 approval? O judgment, thou art felt to brutish beasts, and the council may have lost its reason. Bear with me. My heart is in the coffin, there with the land, and I must pause till it come back to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Russell Hernandez. I live in William Rancher.
What's your name?
My name is Russell Hernandez.
Yeah, you can raise this lectern. There's some buttons off to the right side there if you want.
So, kind of similarly, just to speak up for the animals, the wildlife that we do, those of us who live there see often. I mean, I would hate to see, it'd be unfortunate to see all the land get built with housing and then there not be sufficient open area for just wildlife to enjoy the space as they currently do. My only thought trying to, have everybody get something out of this, right? Knowing that we want to see more people, we want to see more maybe property values, we want to see all this happen. We want to see a developer get what he needs out of it. I would be open to something that was, even more like a mixed-use residential. If it's a certain number of units that we're looking for, a certain number of people we're looking to add to our community, that if in a 20 or 30 acre space, maybe there's a small section, there's a certain section that we say, hey, you know what, you can do a mixed-use residential. You can get whatever number of units out of it that we as a community want to see from it. And then it preserves a good amount of the nature area that is currently existing, or maybe it could be expanded park space. Obviously, there's going to be more people. We're going to hope to maybe have places that they can enjoy. And I think it could be a very lively and thriving area. I would be open to that. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate from my perspective to see it all be housing and then we haven't considered the cost to nature. That's it.
Thank you. All right. Yeah.
Good evening. I just have a couple of questions. This is about 40 acres, about this, with about 6 houses per acre. I've never seen any development like this in San Antonio at all. Is there any example of something like this, other than mobile home parks? Because that's the only thing that seems comparable. Is there anything like that?
This total acreage is about 30, but there's only about 25 usable acres of it because portions of it are in the floodplain, just so we clear that up. But there are 2 subdivisions that are very similar to this, Viamonte and then
are they the
something
size?
else at the Enclave. No, sir, I do not believe they're 25 acres.
No, that's all.
They're smaller.
They're small. This is totally.
If you look at Alamo Ranch, most of the subdivision lots in Alamo Ranch, all those subdivisions are smaller than the 8,400 square foot R1 homes.
Okay, which
They
would
vary.
be about what kind of frontage is that?
I haven't measured over there, so I couldn't tell you for sure, but they range between 3,000 square foot and 7,000 square foot.
Oh, well, that's pretty good size then.
Yours, R1 single-family homes are on 8,400 square foot.
Yeah, right. So these are very small lots. And I'm just trying to give you an idea that the panacea that, hey, all these nice big houses are going to be in there, and and it's going to be a great residential area, it's going to be a tight fit. And which brings me up to the second question. You know, he's making a point, the developer's making a point of selling some expensive homes. Is that a guarantee or is that a wish? You know, is he say, because what I foresee, he's going to start building, everybody's going, there's a demand for housing, but then once they start seeing how cramped they are, the houses, the prices are going to go down. He's going to lower the prices of the homes, and all the income that we foresee for Leon Valley doesn't materialize. So I'm just, is there a guarantee or a market, or is there any kind of penalty? Hey, you start selling, I don't know, small homes. Go ahead.
No, there is no guarantee. The guarantee that you have is the variance request for the minimum size of the home
Right.
and the lot setbacks.
Yeah. So
That's your own.
he's painting a picture of large 400,000, 350, what I forget what the size.
I'm pretty sure they're between 250 and
Something
350,
like
but we
that.
can let the developer talk to that.
Yeah, and so that's not a guarantee. It's his price point. It doesn't mean it's going to be the reality. Just, those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, it is 7:06. Okay, yeah. If you're wanting to speak, please raise your hand so we have an idea.
I'm opposed to this. My name is Mark Ferris. I live at 6406 Royalty Point. I'm opposed to this request, and I'm asking that you deny it. There's a few pieces of misinformation. I tried to clarify those the last time we had this meeting. I asked some specific questions. How many homes are zero lot lines? The answer last time was none. I asked about the rough cost to the city, and the presentation today had the same numbers that it did last time. And there's an inconsistency between what the developer is proposing and what the city understands. So, and then Mr. Chahade also pointed out 2 properties that were completely sold out. I would ask all of y'all to go try and find the owners of those properties. With the very tight lot lines, very small homes, you can't find them. They're owned by companies. I don't think Mr. Chahade, or actually Mr. Chahade, I don't believe is actually going to build anything. He's a landman and he handles utilities. But whoever ends up selling the properties, they're going to get sold to large companies. And while that is good for the city, because they don't get homestead exemptions, so property taxes get higher, it's not good for Seneca West, because you're going to have an excess number of renters. In Seneca West, you will end up with more renters than you will property owners. And we all know that renters pose a certain problem to a neighborhood in the upkeep of the property. So I'm asking that you deny this request. And I'm also asking that we get a consistent presentation between the developer and what the city owns. I mean, the developer has $733,000, and the number shown today was $1.3 million. We shouldn't be that far off. And this is a financial transaction. Hopefully, while I agree with several of the other citizens about the environment, at the end of the day, this is a financial transaction. And if we're going to be that far off on the numbers, I don't know how you approve it. If we don't understand what the lot size are and what the lots are and that they are zero lot line, I don't know how you approve it. So I'm asking that you deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. It is 7:09, and I'll close the public portion of this hearing. No, I've just closed the public portion. Thank you. All right. Any questions for the developers here or any staff discussion? You have questions?
I'd like to speak. Okay. I'd like to say that my name is Mary Ruth Fernandez, and I'd like to say that the assumptions that we've been operating under, as far as I'm concerned, are that the landowners and the developers and the city all would like to have this sale go through so that we can have a profit and we could benefit from the proceeds. And I think that that is a reasonable assumption. Another assumption is that the sales and the property taxes will fund not only the current needs of Leon Valley, but the future budgetary needs of Leon Valley. And I don't think that that is a reasonable assumption for a lot of the reasons that were brought up today, but other reasons as well. So I want to say that at some point, all of the land that's possible to develop in Leon Valley will be developed. And then the city employees and the city council will have to figure out a way to finance the current and the future cost, because that is going to continue to go up even after we have built out all the land that we have. So I think we should really look very carefully at what Mr. Ferris said about this is a business transaction. And we need to think about that carefully. From what I see today, we're talking about a home that's 1,350 square feet. And we're talking about selling it at $250,000 to $350,000. And we know that if they don't sell, the price will go down. And that's okay. I mean, I'm just saying, let's be honest about the proceeds. I've asked on several occasions for us to come up with a cost-benefit plan, and that has not been presented. And I know that other cities do cost-benefit plans. So the next thing I want to say is that the problems to be solved are, we want the people that own that property to be able to sell it. We want the developer to be able to create neighborhoods at a profit. We want to provide the city with some proceeds so that they can fund the current and the future costs of running Leon Valley. And that is important, and it's a problem that we want to solve. But the use of property taxes, I'm new to this commission, and so I have been studying it very carefully because I take this very seriously. And from what I have read, it's an outdated idea to be relying on the property taxes. Now people are asking that we look at investing a pool of money that the city owns or has, and making investments with that so that the money earns money for itself. Also bringing in people that have money into the city to make investments. So there's at least 3 other ways of raising money. And the folks that have talked against the property development have been characterized as nostalgic and unreasonable and tree huggers. And I think that it's not really that we're nostalgic, and there's a whole lot of new people that live in Seneca West, and there are young people that I've spoken to, and they say they would like to respect the environment and they would like to have a sustainable development. So I object to the variance approval. I think that we should approve the R6s, but we should not accept the variance approval. And I want you to recognize that other parts of Texas are saying no more than 5 houses on a usable acre, not 6. So I don't want people to think that that the people that speak against the project are nostalgic and obtuse. there are houses that are built close together, but that's in other places of the country, places where it's very, very cold, not where there is a whole lot of heat. It's geographic. I mean, everybody has their opinion, and you can test my theory. I don't mind being corrected. So I believe that we are going to create an island of heat, and Dallas is reporting that they have islands of heat, and that the residents, our new neighbors, they're going to be uncomfortable. When you have that much concrete and that close together, I'm not convinced that it's going to be comfortable for my new neighbors. And I'm sure they'll hear all about the objections to the development and the history of the objections. But I'd like you all to take my words seriously and test my theories, and I would like to say that we should vote against the variances. There's nothing wrong with R1 homes, but to say that you're going to have a 1,300 square foot home and sell it for $350,000 to $450,000, it doesn't seem reasonable. So, thank you.
I planned on having Mr. Shahade address us, and then we can continue our comments and discussion. Yeah.
Good evening, commissioners, neighbors. Would like to address. We have a presentation from last time. I would like to address some of the questions and make sure that we have some additional information on subjects that maybe we didn't maybe elaborate on. So first, I'd like to address Mr. Ferris's question around the had 89 lots. 10 acres, 89 lots. 8.9 units, homes. per lot, right? Okay. So then you have this, and this is 15 acres of land, right? And it's right off of Hebner. Then you look at the enclave at Whitby. I'm going to show you this. This is the enclave at Whitby. The average lot size is 2,000 square feet. 2,000 square feet. They have 44 lots on 3.14 acres. The density, and this is sold out, by the way, the average price is $440,000. Some of these units sold for $550,000. So if anybody has any doubt, the average size is about 16 to 1,800 square feet. So don't look at me saying, question mark. Please visit those websites, and please, look at not just this one, but look at the next one here, which is Villa Monta. It's by Chesmar, and their average sale price is $425,000. Pretty much the same size home, only on bigger lots, and their bigger lot is 2,400 square feet, 2,500 square feet. Okay, the front of these properties here is 28 foot. Like this one here is 28 feet, going down 90 feet. The depth. Everything is sold out. This is sold out. This is sold out. This is the price point. And I can assure you, if you wanted to rent one of those out, you cannot make any sense renting them for less than $3,000 a month. Financially, I can assure you of that. We know the numbers. That is why it's highly unlikely that anybody would come and rent those kind of homes, or that an institution. If you have a big company buying, they're not going to buy individual homes. They're going to buy apartment buildings. That is where the money is, right? Then by door, you're going to get your cost about a quarter of what you get here in terms of cost. That's when it makes sense. Then you have, of course, Trilogy, and you have Post Landing. I just talked about it. So if you look at the sized lots here, they're all revolving around the 3,000 square feet. The smallest lot that we're looking at is about 3,500 square feet, going up to about 7,000 square feet. Okay, I would like to show you a little bit about what the plan. Okay, so look at this. These are the three size lots. If you look at 30 feet by 112.5, that's the depth, right? Not 90. So right here, we're at about 3,200 square feet. Then you look at this here, that's 60 by 112.5, that's about 7,200 square feet. Okay? So when I show you, and the 40-foot lot, that's what got approved. And this is a 4,500 square foot lot, right? All the 40-foot lots are 4,500 square feet, which is the same zoning. When we talk about variance, we're saying, just give us a little bit more here in the front and we'll go deeper. The size, we did not ask for variance on the square footage. I just wanted to clarify that. We still remain at 4,500 square feet for the 40-foot lots. We have 7,200 square feet for the 60-foot lots. Now, when you look here, we have three different sizes of lots. And yes, we are obliged. There was a question, is there a guarantee on the size of lots? And the answer is yes. This is the plan. That's what's being approved. That's what will be built, period. We cannot deviate from this. Any deviation, we would have to go back to either staff for less than 10%. Anything above 10%, we have to go through this process one more time, which is planning and zoning and back to council. So it is very important everybody understands that there is a guarantee. This is the site plan that's being approved, period. There are no questions about this. Okay? So then, when you look at, so somebody was talking about the TIA. I thought, sorry. Let me just go down. Oh, the issue of the trees and the spaces. Okay, I'm going to address that really quick. The majority of the trees that are on these properties are invasive trees. So, and that is the arborists. These are the people that did the survey. 93% of the trees are invasive, and 7% are native. So that is why when we look at this here, you look at this whole area which backs on the Heber Creek. That whole area here is about 8 acres, 4 acres from us and 4 acres from the county. This will make for a massive park for the whole neighborhood. And when we are suggesting to have a bike path across the whole thing, this is the city of San Antonio's bike path leading into the network. And what we are doing is we're linking this directly into it. So let me just show you what that looks like really quick. Let me just, I'll come back to this in a second. Okay, so this is what the bike path looks like, and it starts right there from the neighborhood, and everybody can take the bike path. There's a dedicated lane, so the dedicated bike path here is about 6 feet wide, and it is going to be nicely packed, and it's going to be dedicated for everybody in the neighborhood. And then inside the neighborhood, so if you live here or here, like Mark, you live in this area here, right, in the R6? So you'll be able to ride your bike straight down, straight into the path, right? I know where you live, you know that, right? So I love that. Anyway, so let me talk a little bit. Thanks, man. Okay, so I would like to address Ms. Barker's. She's not here. Okay, so in terms of parking.
Mr. Shadi, if we can wrap it up here.
Okay, but in terms of parking, every home has 4 parking spots on the property. There are 2 double garages, and then there's a pad, 20-foot pad in front of it for 2 vehicles. Okay, 4 vehicles per house, guaranteed off the street parking. The reason why we did this here is to enforce what the fire chief has been telling us all along for every single development, is that he's worried about people parking on the other side of the street. This will be redlined, and people will have to park on this side, visitors, etc., because nobody's going to park in the bike lane. Nobody's going to allow that, guaranteed. Plus, if they park in the bike lane, they're going to be taking off like half of this lane. We believe this is honestly one of the best designs we've done in any of our developments. This is new for us, and that was driven mainly by the fire chief's comments. Okay, so I think I addressed the majority of the questions, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions if you have.
Yeah, I think you covered some of this stuff at the last meeting. I know.
Thank you.
There might have been some specific things that came up, but I believe Mr. Diaz had some questions or comments.
Mr. Chair, as an alternate, am I allowed to ask questions?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
And you're a voting member right now.
Okay.
Yeah. For this meeting.
Mr. Shahadi said that there's 4 slots on the property, 2 inside the garage and 2 outside. From what I understand, basically all my neighbors, the garages are packed so they don't put their cars in the garage, and I guarantee you that's what's going to happen. They're going to use the garage as a storage facility, and cars are going to be parking outside. Question that I have is, in this chart that is C.3 that Ms. Mindy put up there a while back, it says minimum distance between the outside walls of adjacent structures is 5 feet. For R6, it's 10 feet, and he's asking for a modification of 5 feet. So what I'm trying to understand is that between the houses is exactly 5 feet?
That is between the 2 structures. So that's the IFC. That's the International Fire Code. We're not deviating from anything that's okay. Within the International Fire Code.
Because that was my next question, is how does that play with the fire department? I mean, 2 houses close together, one goes in flames. I mean, you're 5 feet away from the other.
Right.
How does that work?
So the IFC has very, very strict regulations on this, and effectively, if you go below a certain distance, you would have to put fire barriers. That's correct. And that's extra cost, but most developers would do that. In fact, if you were to look at, let me just show you something. on that subject. Let me just see here. That's City of San Antonio. I'm going to go back to this development here, the Whitby one. If you look at the distance between these two, it's very interesting because on the between the two homes, on the just on the ground level, you have 5 feet. What they do is they go up one level and then they go out by 1 foot on each side to make it 3 feet apart. They're working around the IFC because the IFC hasn't defined that you have to go 5 feet all the way up, right? So obviously we're not doing any of that. But, and if you look here also, they don't have a sidewalk. This is a 20-foot right away. They don't have a sidewalk and they don't have a pad in the front. They have a 5-foot pad where you get in from the street straight into your garage. So if everybody's putting stuff in their garage, there's no place for them to park. There's only 3 spots here for visitor parking. That's it. I encourage you to go drive through some of these neighborhoods.
Thank you. You have any other questions?
One more. So for what I understand is that the requested modifications is to go from a 1,800 square foot floor space, which I'm assuming 1,800 square foot home, to a 1,350 square foot home, and we're looking at about $400,000 for the house?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
We will not be, we're asking for 1,350. We do not envision having many of those. We envision sticking to the 1,450 up to about the 1,700. That is for the smaller lots. And as we go bigger lots, the price point we're looking at is average sale price for the 30-foot lots at about $420,000. For the 40-foot lot, average sale price is going to be around $450,000, and the average sale price per home on the 60-foot lot is going to be closer to $500,000. That's the market right now.
$500,000 for a 60-foot lot.
Correct. Yes. No, that's not just the lot. That's
for the home and the lot.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
$500,000.
Correct. Yeah. So that's basically the market. The market
by Tally Road, there is a half-acre lot with a 2,500 square foot home for $500,600 on a half-acre lot. You're going to sell these for almost $500,000 on less than.
Well, let me tell you, this one here, I encourage you to go look at it. This one here, there's one that sold for $550,000 on a 29-foot lot. So where's the market? Brand new homes?
Okay.
Thank you,
And
Chair.
this is, sorry, the other differentiating, one of the key features is the proximity to the medical center. That is why they're able to charge this much, and that's why the ASP is so much higher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
I have something to say here. May I please speak? Thank you. 2 points. Mr. Shahidi, you mentioned that all these developments were sold out. My question is, who bought these homes? Because there is an article in the Texan dated March 20th, 2024, in which our governor is signaling that he's going to be addressing reports of investment firms buying single-family homes. My neighborhood is an example. We're a HOA, and I'm on the board, so I know how many corporations own them. And it's not looking pretty at all, because what they're doing is pricing out individual homeowners. Therefore, it is not accurate to say that corporations aren't buying single-family homes. They are, such that our governor is going to be going after them soon. A study done in that same article, they mentioned a study done by a real estate consulting firm, John Burns Real Estate. Investors accounted for 44% of the purchase of flips during the second quarter of, it seems like 2023, okay, or 2022. But the point is that individual homeowners, if the property is not attractive to an individual, then a corporation is going to happily buy it. And even if it's attractive, they still compete because they can pay cash.
Right.
And that's just all that I have to say.
Would you like me to address?
Yeah, we can keep it fairly brief.
Okay. So in terms of corporations buying for investment, we have done this in the past, and I can tell you on houses like this, it doesn't make any sense unless you're building them. If the builder is building cheap, then you're able to, for every $100,000 in cost, you need to have at least $600 in revenue, in rental revenue. At least that. That's on the low side, you're breaking even. So if you're looking at this, if you have a $400,000 home, right, you're charging anywhere between $2,500 to $3,000. Who is renting a $3,000? Who's paying $3,000 a month? This is not a low-end renter. It cannot possibly be a low-end renter. It's going to be a professional, somebody who's able to do that, right? So if the issue is about the quality of the people that are coming in versus ownership, I can guarantee you either way you look at it, you're going to get quality people coming in. I cannot speak to somebody coming in and deciding, oh, I'm going to buy 10 of those. We have no control over that, right? So I just wanted to make a point, though, that
I feel like we're getting off into subjects that really aren't under our purview and are a little inappropriate in regards to cost of homes. I don't think that's our role as a committee. And yeah.
We have absolutely no control over who buys a home. This is not
well.
about that. This is about whether or not this zoning is the highest and best use for this property. You could sell them to individual homeowners right now, and 10 years from now, they all be bought up by corporations. We have no control over who buys these homes.
Yeah. Again, I think it's more than an opinion. I think it's inappropriate for us to be discussing that at this point. But yeah. Hold on. Mr. Perry?
Yeah, whether individuals are buying these houses or corporations are buying these houses, I have yet to hear anything about the individual buyer and the kind of mortgage that they're getting, such that these projects that you keep referring to and just saying they're all sold out. Okay, we hear plenty about inadequate levels of savings that people have. So to have a conventional mortgage for something that's $400,000, $500,000 with a 20% cash down, that's a lot of money, and interest rates are high right now. And
Mr. Perry, I think
so.
I know it's been brought up, but I think
I'm going to finish.
Yeah, but we're staying on a topic that's not part of what we're dealing with.
So this has to be part of this discussion, because you're talking about a potential buyer or pool of buyers who have to be qualified to buy something, okay? And I'd like to hear a little bit about that.
Yeah, no, actually, it's a fair question. It's a fair question, and I would actually ask a request that maybe I can answer it.
Yeah,
that's okay. That's
if
okay.
Mindy or any staff want to ring, I mean, I've been on this committee, I think, about a little more than 2 years now, and I know when we've veered onto this topic, we've been told this is not appropriate.
No, this is about zoning the property and whether or not it's the highest and best use. I can give you an example, though. My daughter and my son-in-law bought a house in Helotes in Cedar Creek that's on a lot that's less than 3,000 square feet, and they paid $435,000 for that house. They did that 2 years ago. That's the kind of people that are buying. She's a teacher. He's retired military. That's so off topic. This is about zoning and whether or not this is the highest and best use for this property.
Okay. I'm happy to answer if you'd like me to. If you don't want me to, I'm cool with
No,
it as well. Okay.
I think we've gone over that already. If there's any other questions that
I want to make.
relevant, yeah.
I would like to say that in reviewing the policies or the ordinances, the variances that you're requesting are not fulfilling the criteria for approval, using the ordinances that Leon Valley currently has. And when I look at the San Antonio recommended, or the ones they use, your variances are not meeting those ordinances either. So I don't want you to respond. I just want you to know that that's my observation. If you wanted to respond, that's fine. Now,
I would.
But no, I'm not finished.
Okay. Well, I'm going to hold that point, and I don't know if Melinda or Mindy would like to address that for the good of the committee.
Right now, the way that our ordinance is written, this is allowed because it does mention neighborhoods. Okay, so he's allowed to ask for whatever variances that he wants in this development here.
Yes.
Later on this evening, y'all will be addressing that topic and possibly changing the PDD ordinance, but right now he is in compliance with that ordinance. And we have already approved 3 other subdivisions under these same type of variances.
Understood. But I'm still asserting that we have approved a variance, and I'm saying that I don't recommend that we approve the variances. All right, now I just want to wrap up by saying we're going to be creating islands of heat. We're not necessarily going to be financing the city's current or future needs, and we haven't addressed Mr. Tom Benavides's question about the trees, that they would end up cracking the foundations of the home, and also those invasive trees. We have invasive trees that really do create nice canopies, and the last thing I want to say is that the pit that's full of garbage, I'd like to know that Mr. Alcacer pointed out, and you said you would be clearing that. Has it been tested to see if there's anything that would be detrimental to the new neighbors? Kind of the way that this was tested over here where the cleaning place, the laundry place was. So those are the 4 things that I'm concerned about: the heat, the real money, the trees and the foundation, and the clearing of that waste. That's
the only 2 that I can address are the trees and the waste pile that's there. I was actually working for the city when that gentleman started filling, and I can tell you that it's concrete, rock, rebar, all that will have to be removed. They will do soil testing and geotechnical testing on that site, but that's at his expense. And so he's already taken that into account when he's looking at trying to develop that property. As far as the trees go, he will have to ask the city council for a tree variance for what it is he intends to do. Right now, our code says that for every certain size tree that you take out, you must pay a certain fee for each inch diameter.
all right. And just to be clear, I'm talking about the roots breaking the foundation because of the distance in the lot.
We have a list of trees that are acceptable for this area in our zoning code, and he intends to pick from those trees.
All right, we have any other questions or comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion at this point on this item.
Sure.
Yes.
A motion to deny the request to rezone the 32 acres of land as stated in here.
Okay, we have a second.
I second the motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. What? Okay, no, nay. Do we probably need to do a roll call vote here? So, starting over here with Mrs. Kroger.
Aye.
Aye.
Against?
What was that?
Against.
Okay.
Against.
Nay.
I mean, I'm saying aye.
Yeah, it's aye or nay. Let's try to stick to that. Okay, so aye.
I vote
Or-
that we do not. I vote for his.
Yeah, so we go aye on his.
Let's start again here. So we're taking a,
Denial.
can you hold on a second? We're voting on Mr. Diaz's motion to deny
It's a
this PDD.
recommendation to council to
Right.
deny or approve.
Okay,
It's a
okay, very
recommendation.
good. Let's start here. Aye or nay? Let's keep it straight. Okay,
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
nay?
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it on this motion. Okay, so, very good. We'll move on to agenda item 5. Discussion and possible recommendation to amend the Leon Valley City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, Districts, Boundaries, and Use Regulations, PDD, and I think we kind of touched on this a bit, but Mrs. Teague?
So this is something that Ms. Moritz was working with you on while I was out, is to make some changes, some revisions to our planned development district regulations. I believe she presented it a couple of times, and she asked you guys to send her any suggestions, revisions that you would like to see. I'm going to ask her if she's received any at this point.
No, but what I did put in your packet was a copy of the San Antonio regulations, and I did highlight some sections that I thought would be good for our ordinance. And then if y'all had any other suggestions that you wanted to put in, you can just let Mindy know which ones you approve of, which ones you don't want, that kind of thing.
Sounds good.
So if you guys could take a look at that, email me what you guys want. I'll clean it up and I will present it at our next meeting.
Okay, very good, very good. All right, with that, let's see, do we have any announcements? Staff? Any board members? Yes.
I have a question. On these lines where you crossed out in red for applicable overlay districts, why are you canceling all of those out?
Because the zoning commission and the city council both have kind of made a decision that they want to get rid of the overlay districts, and so we don't need them in this ordinance.
Okay, just want to know.
All right, it is 7:48, and with that, we'll adjourn this meeting.
I have one announcement or one comment. So I will be setting up a workshop for all commissioners and staff if they would like to attend. I just needed to know from you guys what days, what times would work best for you so I can set that up. If you would call me or email me and let me know so I can be setting up another training workshop.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you.
Would it be an all-day event or?
No, at the most right now what I'm looking at is about 90 minutes to 2 hours.
Okay, very good. All right, and we'll adjourn 7:48 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And you spoke for almost 10 minutes, so I hope you don't feel like I was being unfair because you showed me a sheet that you seemed to be prepared to. So, yeah, that wasn't, yeah.